الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم.
تست تست تست. تست. تمام.
كاستمايز. His Excellency Professor Ismail Abdel Ghaffar Ismail Farag, President of the Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transport. His Excellency Professor Wael El-Digwi, former Minister of Higher Education. His Excellency Professor Sharif Sidqi, former Chief Executive Officer, Egyptian Space Agency. Professor Noor Al-Aqmar bint Abu Hussein, Dean of Malaysia Japan International Institute of Technology, University Technology Malaysia. Professor Khaled Ali Shhata, President Consultant for Scientific Research, Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transport. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, respected faculty, and dear students. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all in participating and sharing in the 10th International Conference on Advanced Technology and Applied Science, ICaTAS 2025. We're honored to have you join us, whether in person or virtually, for what promises to be an engaging and enriching gathering of minds. Academic conferences such as this are more than just events. They're opportunities. Opportunities to exchange ideas, challenge assumptions, and foster collaboration and transcend borders and discipline. Let us make the most of this opportunity to learn from one another, to inspire and be inspired, and to build lasting connections that will extend well beyond this conference. Our opening ceremony starts now with the national anthems. We now start with few verses from the Quran al-Karim.
الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم.
We now start by few speeches. The first speech goes to Dr. Khaled Ali Shahata, President Consultant for Scientific Research, AAST, MT.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وقل اعملوا فسيرى الله عملكم ورسوله والمؤمنون صدق الله العظيم. His Excellency Professor Ismail Abdul Ghaffar Ismail Farag, President of Arab Academy for Science and Technology and Maritime Transports, and the Honor Chair of the conference. His Excellency Professor Wael Degwi, former Minister of Higher Education. His Excellency Sharif Sad'i, former Chief Executive Officer, Egyptian Space Agency, and Professor of Electronics in American University in Cairo. The two, Shams al-Negmi ibn Shams al-Din, Education Minister Counselor, on behalf of His Excellency the two Muhammad ibn Tarid Sufyan, Ambassador of Malaysia in Egypt. Professor IRTS Dr. Noor Al-Akmar Bennett Abu Hussein, Dean of Malaysia Japan International Institute of Technology, University Technology Malaysia, and the General Chair of the conference. Distinguished guests, speakers, and colleagues, welcome to the 10th International Conference on Advanced Technology and Applied Science, ICaTAS 2025. I am so pleased to see so many colleagues, professors, and friends from Egypt, Malaysia, United Kingdom, and many other countries, all in one place. ICaTAS conference provides a very unique opportunity for all of us. ICaTAS is a joint conference between Malaysia Japan International Institute of Technology, University Technology Malaysia, UTM, and the Arab Academy for Science and Technology and Maritime Transports. Last year, the conference was hosted in MJIIT, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and this year we are thrilled to host it here at Arab Academy Smart Village branch. This conference falls under the umbrella of Memorandum of Understanding signed between the presidents of AASTMT and UTM in the year 2012. The first issue of the conference started in 2016 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The conference is registered in the largest abstract and citation database of peer-reviewed conferences, which is Scopus. All scientific papers accepted and presented in this conference will be published in the Journal of Advanced Research in Applied Science and Engineering Technology, or in Al-Azhar Journal of Engineering, which are ranked as Scopus. Our conference this year received more than 150 scientific papers. Only 73 out of them were accepted for publication, and this brings us to a 48% acceptance ratio. The papers were reviewed by more than 300 reviewers from all over the world. The published papers have authors from 8 different countries: Egypt, Malaysia, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, United Kingdom, Algeria, and Spain. Our technical program is rich and varied with 2 keynote speakers: Professor Noor Al-Akmar bint Abu Hussein, Dean of Malaysia Japan International Institute of Technology, and Professor Ali Fahmi, Dean College of Artificial Intelligence, Arab Academy, Al Alamein, Egypt. We have also two invited industrial talks given by Professor Sharif Sidki, former Chief Executive Officer, Egyptian Space Agency, and Professor of Electronics in American University. Second will be Professor Hisham Arafat Shihata, Executive Advisor, Chief AI Architect, MCIT, Egypt. We have also 4 invited talks given by Professor Fawziya Bennett Mohammed, Malaysia, Japan, International Institute of Technology, Malaysia, Professor Sharifa Zayrina Nuruddin, MGIIT, UTM, Malaysia, Professor Fitri Yaqub, MGIIT, Malaysia, Professor Zatul Alwani Bennett Shafi'i, UTM, Malaysia. And the 73 accepted technical papers split among 16 sessions, covering the following areas: digital signal processing, electromagnetics and antenna design, electronic design and application, communication engineering, electrical power and control systems, bioimaging and biosignals, computer and information technology, machine learning, artificial intelligence, civil engineering, applied mathematics, applied chemistry, mechanical engineering, and application. These panels runs on 3 consecutive days in 4 parallel sessions. As a conference chair of ICaTAS 2025, I know the success of the conference during these 3 days depends ultimately on many people who have worked in planning and organizing both the technical program and supporting the social arrangement. My deep gratitude goes to Professor Ismail Abdulghaffar Ismail Farag, President of Arab Academy for Science and Technology and Maritime Transport, and the honorary chair of the conference. Without his support, the conference would not have taken place. Professor Noor Al-Akmar Bennett Abu Hussein, Dean of MGIIT UTM, her great organization for the previous copy of the conference, and her great hospitality, along with endless support to the conference. By the way, Professor Noor Al-Akmar is a conference chair and a keynote speaker today. My great thanks goes to the conference committee, Professor Mustafa Hussein, Advisory Chair, Professor Shireen Yusuf, the Conference Vice Chair, Professor Muhammad Al-Mahallawi, Program Chair, Professor Muhammad Hassan, Local Organizing Committee Chair, and Professor Muhammad, he have done a great job in organizing the conference, as well as getting a great sponsor for the conference from National Telecommunication Regulation Agency. Professor Safa, Publication Chair, Professor Sharif Diasti, Publicity Chair. I would like to thank all of them for their wise advice and brilliant suggestions on organizing the technical program thoroughly and timely reviewing the paper. Many thanks to the conference sponsors, National Telecommunication Regulation Agency, Academy of Scientific Research and Technology, Egypt, Simarak, publisher from Malaysia, and the Al-Azhar University Engineering Journal in Egypt, who have helped us keep down the cost of the conference and for all the participants. I hope all of you will get benefit from the brilliant ideas and scientific materials presented in this conference. Thank you very much, and to have a successful conference.
So our next speech is by Professor Noor Al-Aqmar bint Abu Hussein, Dean of MJIIT, UTM.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Professor Safa, for the introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency, Professor Ismail Abdul Ghaffar, President of ASTMT. His Excellency, Professor Wael El-Dagwi, former Minister of Higher Education. His Excellency, Professor Sharif Sedki, former CEO of Space Agency. Of course, Professor Khalid, for very good opening remarks this morning. We are very happy to see the Professor Khalid and the team here. Distinguished guests, especially from our Embassy of Malaysia, Dato' Shamsul and the team, thank you for coming today to join our conference. And of course, officials from STMT, officials from UTM, fellow researchers, not to forget the sponsors for the conference, students, and everyone. On behalf of University Technology Malaysia, it is a very great honor for me as the Dean of Malaysia-Japan International Institute of Technology to deliver this opening address at the International Conference on Advanced Technologies and Applied Sciences, ICaTAS 2025. So we have been working together with the team from STMT since 2013. And this is, I think, a continuation of our collaboration for many years. And it is very inspiring to have it in Giza, Egypt this time. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee for hosting this distinguished conference at the Smart Village, a true symbol of Egypt's vision for innovation, technology, and sustainable development. I'm so happy and surprised to see the development ongoing in Egypt, especially in this region of Cairo. Very, very promising development. And I wish to extend my warmest congratulations to everyone here, my partners and contributors who have brought together brilliant minds from around the world to share the knowledge and expertise under one roof. Ladies and gentlemen, our collaboration between University Technology Malaysia and ICaTAS ASTMT began as early as 2012-2013, marking more than a decade of meaningful partnership in research, education, and scientific advancements. Since 2018, this collaboration has been further strengthened through the active involvement of MJIIT, an institute established to embody the value of precision, discipline, and harmony inspired by Malaysia and Japanese approach to engineering and innovation. Through this partnership, we have witnessed joint research projects and co-hosted conferences, publications that have deepened mutual understanding and advanced shared goals between Malaysia and Egypt. It is a partnership built not only on academic excellence, but also on friendship, trust, and a shared vision for the future of science and technology. Conferences like ICaTAS are vital platforms for fostering international dialogue, inspiring innovation, and building connections that transcend borders. I am particularly encouraged to see the strong participation of our young researchers and postgraduate students who represent the future of technology leadership. I urge you, students and young researchers, to take this full advantage and opportunity to exchange ideas and expand your networks and pursue new possibilities for collaborations. Before I conclude, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers here in STMT and also my team from MJIT who have been working very, very tirelessly to make sure this conference happen. And also to the distinguished guest keynote speaker today, and all participants for their invaluable contributions to making ICaTAS 2025 a resounding success. May this conference continue to serve as a center, a catalyst for innovation, partnership, and sustainable progress. Once again, congratulations to the organizing committee, and I wish we have a fruitful and inspiring conference. Thank you very much.
Our next speech is by His Excellency Professor Ismail Abdul Ghaffar Ismail Farag, President of the Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport.
الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. I'd like to welcome His Excellency Professor Wael Degwi. Thank you very much for giving us this honor. Always honored to have Professor Wael, one of the very prominent and prominent figures in Egypt in higher education. So thank you very much to Dr. Wael. Sure, Professor Sharif Siddiqui. My dear brother, thank you very much for giving us this honor and being with us today. First time for me to meet with Professor Noor Al-Akmar. Thank you very much for being here with us in this very important occasion, very important conference. Thank you, and I hope you all the best as the Dean for the Institute, Malaysia Japan Institute of Technology. So hope you all the best. Dr. Khalid Shahata, and you and all the organizing committee. You mentioned all of them by names, but you didn't mention yourself. So thank you, and thank you for all of them. Thank you very much. The organizing committee from both sides, from Egypt and from Malaysia. Actually, I'm very happy to be with you today. Since I have been to Malaysia in 2012 with Professor Mustafa Hussein. I'd like to thank him very much, and welcome him. And he's not supposed to be with us today, but cannot happen without you. So thank you very much. We have been to Malaysia, now more than 12 years, 13 years ago. Yes, with Dr. Mahallawi, right? Who was studying his postdoctoral over there. And since then, we have been in very close collaboration with the university. Yeah, here where we, but I look younger than than now. So it has been 2012, and we signed this agreement. And I'm very happy that today we attending the 10th conference. 1 year at Malaysia and the other in Egypt. So this, shows how this, collaboration is very strong, sustainable, and that's what makes it, one of the most successful, opportunities for collaboration. I'd like to thank you all very much. Thank the organizing committee, the participants, those who participated with the research, the organizers, my students, the future talent, the future faculty, and all my colleagues from the Arab Academy and from outside the Arab Academy, the sponsors, everybody who shared to make this happen. Thank you very much. We will be looking forward to hear for very scientific advanced research, scientific papers, the keynote speeches, either from the industry or from Professor Ali, So Dr. Sharif, I am very sure that they have a lot to learn from them. So I'd like to thank you all. Hope you all the best. And would like to, now you are only a few days away from very important occasions that are going to happen here in Egypt, So think of extending your stay, till, first week of November or so, because, only few kilometers of here, only 2 or 3 kilometers, it will be the opening of the Grand Egyptian Museum, It will be something very great, that will happen. And so don't waste this opportunity. I believe the colleagues who, our colleagues from the Malaysian embassy are here with us today. Thank you very much for my greetings to His Excellency Ambassador. And please support me in this advice, to stay until, the and only a couple of 2 weeks only, you stay here till and next year, I promise if you stay, I'll come to Malaysia and I'll stay also for 2 weeks, So I hope you all the best. Thank you very much. I hope you a very successful conference. So thank you very much. Thank you.
So now it's time to exchange honorary shields presented by Professor Noor Al-Akmar to Professor Ismail. Now by Professor Ismail to Professor Noor Al-Amar. Now by Professor Ismail to Professor Wael Al-Digwi. And now by Professor Ismail to Professor Sharif Sadqi. Okay. Once again, welcome, and I wish you a productive, engaging, and enjoyable conference. We now invite you all to enjoy 30 minutes coffee break.
Stop taking meeting notes and let ClickUp AI Note Taker do it for you. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your
طيب يبقى انت عشان كده مهتم وترجع الصورة حلوة. طلعني خسس وأمور، مش عارف ازاي. احنا في الاي اي وشغل حسابات. يا رب تكون جميل. تبقى حلوة من ايدك. الار بتاعه فيه مشكله. طب ركبه كده في المايك تاني جربوا حاجه ثانيه.
تيست.
تلعب فيها مين اللي هيفتحه ويلعب في البطاريات؟
تيست 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 مايك تيست 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 تيست.
هلا هلا تشيك مايك. هلا.
لا يا عم مش هتعمل كده تاني اكيد. ده من امبارح انا مذنبه هنا من امبارح.
نستأذن حضراتكم في الجلوس. نستأذن حضراتكم نبدأ السيشن. لا شكرا شكرا. الزملاء اللي في البريك اريا لو سمحتوا هنبدأ السيشن. Did you put Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. You will start the speech of the first keynote speaker, Associate Professor IRTS Dr. Noor Al-Aqmar Abu Hussein, Dean of MJIIT, UTM, Malaysia. Professor Noor Al-Aqmar is a distinguished expert in mechanical and automotive engineering with a specialized focus in automotive safety and vehicle crashworthiness. She currently serves as the Dean of the Malaysian Japan Institute, International Institute of Technology, University Technology, UTM, Malaysia. Professor Noor holds a PhD in mechanical engineering and has built a career grounded in regional technical expertise and impactful research. She is registered professional engineer with the Board of Engineering in Malaysia and Mechanical Engineering in UK. She is a key contributor to regional automotive safety standards. Professor Noor serves as a lead researcher for the Asian New Car Assessment Program. She also appointed to lead the team or the research team in Proton from 2017 to 2019. And throughout her career, Professor Noor Al-Akmar has demonstrated a commitment to bringing academic research with real-world application. Now with Professor Noor Al-Akmar.
Thank you, Prof. Khalid, for the introduction. Right. So today I'm going to talk and share a little bit about how do we tackle automotive safety for children in the ASEAN countries. So my name is Nurul Akmal. I'm currently the Dean of MGIT and also the Chairman of Society of Automotive Engineers in Malaysia. So my keynote speech is Automotive Safety for Child Occupants, Perspective from ASEAN NCAP Vehicle Assessment. Thank you very much. So I will start with the content. So I'm going to cover 4 things. First, I would like to talk about the global automotive safety landscape. That is from the perspective of the global safety issues and so on. And then I'm going to narrow down to ASEAN NCAP, that is the ASEAN New Car Assessment Program, which currently holds the responsibility to make sure the new vehicles entering the ASEAN market comply to the certain standards. And specifically, I will focus on the child occupant protection, because for us adults, I think we can manage, and I think it is already almost stable on the technology to safeguard the adult occupant in vehicles during crash and so on. But for children, I think we need to do a little bit more in terms of advanced technology and so on. And later on, I will share some examples of ASEAN NCAP assessment results. I will not share many. I will just maybe focus on 2 types of vehicles, how they do the test and how they produce the results for the public to see. And I will close it with remarks. Right, for the first part, on the global automotive perspective. So basically, this data is taken from the UK and also the US. So why we go straight to the UK and the US? Because currently they are the leading researchers in the automotive safety. So you can see the trend for the United Kingdoms, that the far left of the slide. So you can see the trend is we have bigger number of fatality and injuries for children at the higher age. Meaning to say from 10 to 15 years old, there are more casualties, there are more fatalities as compared to the younger children. And the data is specifically distributed at the bottom, where from out of the whole statistic, 69% of the injuries or casualties comes from the pedestrian. Meaning to say, in the UK, most of the injuries and fatality for children involving vehicles are for the pedestrian. Maybe they just walk around the pavement and suddenly the car swerve and hit them. So about 70%, right? For that, it's not a matter of only the technology that we need to install in the vehicle to detect there is pedestrian, but also they need to have the government enforcement as well in terms of controlling the speed and so on. And then we look at the rest of the percentage. The car occupants casualties involving children covers about 14% from the whole 100% of the casualties and injury in the UK. As compared to the section at the center, that is actually for the American. So basically, you can see that in the US, most of the fatality and injury comes from the occupant itself. Meaning to say you drive your car, you bring your children, and then you hit or you involve in the accident and so on. And most of the fatalities come from there. That is a stark difference between the US and also the UK, right? So the bottom graph shows that I think it's about similar to the UK. The trend is the higher the age of the children, the higher the potential for them to be hit or injured due to accident. So as we can conclude for this graph, so basically there are only 3% out of the traffic crashes involve children. However, from the 3%, 756 child, 39% or about 40% of them were unrestrained, meaning to say they did not wear any seat belt, they did not put in the car seat and so on. So they are left, maybe flung outside the vehicle during the car crash and so on. So this is what we need to tackle. Now I'm going to show the statistics in Malaysia. So basically, you can see on the left side is the chart of passenger casualties by vehicles, by cars in Malaysia, starting from 2006 up to 2023. So you can see here, the yellow chart is the minor injury. The rest, that is 50% and more, covers the serious injury and also fatality. So that shows half of the casualties involve death or maybe disability and so on. So we need to make sure that we can reduce the blue and the red colored graph to the minimum. And then we take out certain information from the graph on the left and we plot it into age. So we have the younger children age 0 to 5 years old and also the older children from 6 to 10 years old. We can see that from the younger children's statistic, half of them also involved in fatalities and also serious injury. And similarly, the trend is as you get older, although the children can actually maybe become more stronger than the younger children, the statistic remains almost the same. Almost half of them involved in the fatality and serious injury. That means doesn't matter whether your children are young or older, we have to make sure that their safety in the vehicles are in place, right? Make sure that our children, whether they are 10 years old, 6 years old, and maybe younger, they wear the restraint system, they are put in the car seat whenever you are traveling in vehicles. Now, because of the data that we have involving children's casualties and fatalities during accident, so globally, the World Health Organization comes out with the Decade of Action for Road Safety. This is actually the second edition. The first edition is for 2020 and below. So 2021 and 2030, the Decade of Action for Road Safety goals is to achieve 50% reduction in the road traffic deaths and injuries by the end of 2030. So we have about 5 years from now to reach that. Unfortunately, based on my own personal opinion, we are far from the target. I can say that SDG number 3, that is for good health and well-being, target 3.6 actually is similar to the decade for road safety, which is to reduce the number of road injuries and deaths by half by 2020. We are now in 2025. We did not achieve that target. So there are a lot of things that we need to do together. So for that, the strategy now is not to depend or to give awareness only to the driver, but we have to make sure that we have the safe system approach, meaning to say we acknowledge that we will make mistakes. However careful we are when we drive our vehicles, there might be people coming from the other side that hit us. So people make mistakes. So we cannot only rely on the human, we have to make sure our road system, the safety management, the safer vehicles, the pedestrian are aware on the safety, the post-crash response and safer driving environment is in place to make sure we can minimize this percentage. Okay. Globally, the automotive safety landscape is evolving rapidly right now. okay, because vehicle manufacturers they are like competing with each other to become the first who can provide the latest technology and so on. So it is shifting its focus from merely protecting its occupant, meaning to say that it is not only relying on the passive safety. Passive safety means the airbags, stronger structure of the vehicles during crash, but they are now going towards preventing the crashes entirely through advanced technology. So the vehicle manufacturers now are installing sensors, active system in their vehicles so that they can predict and they can actually avoid from crashes to happen. So there are two types of policies that we can follow. Number one is the mandatory government mandates. This is must do, okay? So in the whole wide world, we have two types. The global one is the UN regulations, UNECE. So it is a global framework for vehicle regulations that can be adopted internationally. So Malaysians and ASEAN countries are also using UNECE. So in the US, they use their own standard, Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards that are specific to them. So basically, they will have their own coding, FMVSS, blah, blah, blah. Right. So those are the two mandatory government mandates. And we also have voluntary consumer testing programs. All right. So voluntary consumer testing program is like NCAP. NCAP is the new car assessment program. So what they do is they take vehicles that will be coming into the market. They will test it independently. It's not mandatory for the vehicle manufacturer to send their cars, but they will rate it 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, and 5 stars. This is to give the awareness to the consumer like us to be able to choose which vehicle is the safest for our family. All right. Now, I will focus on the voluntary scheme. Right. There are 10 new car assessment programs in the world, as you can see scattered all around the world. And in Malaysia, we were involved in the ASEAN NCAP. So it covers the 10 ASEAN countries around that region that complies to the new car assessment program. In the US, they do not use the NCAP name. They use different name. NHTSA is National Highway for Transportation Safety Association, and then Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. Those are in the US region. So out of the 10, the leader for this whole program is the Global NCAP. So Global NCAP is located in the UK. So basically, they are the umbrella organization for the whole voluntary scheme for the vehicle safety. So what they do, so they provide consumers with realistic and independent assessment. There is no involvement of the vehicle manufacturer to decide on what rating to give to them. The vehicle manufacturer will be there just to observe the testing procedure, but NCAPs will publish realistic and independent assessment of each of the vehicle that they have tested. And then they are also here to combat the double standard. For example, vehicles from the Europe, they have certain specification, but when they sell the same vehicle to the ASEAN market, they might lower down the specification a little bit, right? So this is the purpose of having the NCAP program. So they want to avoid the double standards between regions. And then we would like also to push car manufacturers to include technologies beyond the legal minimum. The more technologies they have in their vehicles, the higher the rating they will get, because we hope that that can provide better safety for the occupants. Now, let's go to the ASEAN NCAP protocol itself. There are 4 rating schemes under the ASEAN NCAP. ASEAN NCAP was established in December 2011. So they have been here for many years already. And in Malaysia, it is under MIROS, Malaysian Institute of Road Safety Research, and backed up by the Global NCAP as well. So there are 4 areas that they cover for the rating scheme. Number 1 is adult occupant protection. That is for us, the driver. All right, so this is basically more on the passive safety, how strong your structure is, how many airbags do you have in your vehicles, and so on. And then we have the child occupant protection. This is what I'm gonna explain a little bit after this. Safety assist, that is to assist the drivers on crash avoidance. For example, blind spot, lane change awareness, and so on. And then motorcyclist safety, because in ASEAN countries, there are a lot of motorcyclists. In other region, they might not have this motorcyclist safety in their protocol, right? So it's very regional based. So you can see from the chart at the front, for adults occupant protection, that is the highest weightage at this moment. 40% of rating will be coming from AOP, and the rest 20 will be from the other three elements. In the future, the NCAP is hoping to increase the child occupant protection rating higher than the adults occupant protection, because we believe for passive safety for adults is already stable. So in order for the vehicle manufacturers to achieve 5-star, they have to make sure that they are 80% for AOP, 70% for COP, 75% for safety assist, and 60% for motorcyclists. If not, they will get a lower rating. Now, looking at more specifically on the child occupant protection, there are now the latest version for next year. It has been published 2026 to 2030. And before that, we have the 2021 to 2025. So there are 4 elements as well under the child protection assessment. Installation of child restraint, the car seat, the belt for the children when they are in the vehicle, the dynamic performance, that is when you crash the vehicle on the barrier, what happened. And then we also have vehicle-based assessment. That is more on the design of the car. And child presence detection, that is the latest one. When we forget our children in the vehicle, they might be like heat stroke and fatalities and so on. So we try to avoid that by having the child presence detection technology in place. Right. However, before we can do all of this assessment, for example, for the installation of the child restraint, which has been made mandatory by the Malaysian government in 2020. Unfortunately, it is not being fully enforced. Okay, for the child restraint system installation in the vehicle. Currently, the stage is only at the awareness and encouragement to the parents. But they do not have any means to do the measurement of the installation using the Malaysian size, right? Because when we use the international size as shown, there are test dummies produced using the international sizes. We can see that the sizing of the international students are much higher than as compared to our ASEAN children. So if we follow the sizing of the international students, it might not fit our ASEAN children accordingly. So for that, we help ASEAN NCAP and MIROS by establishing new ASEAN anthropomorphic children mannequin. So we took about 2 years to measure anthropometry data from many countries in ASEAN for children aged 6 and 10 years old. From there, we established our own mannequin, and this mannequin now is used by ASEAN NCAP when they do the installation, they do the assessment for the vehicle safety. Right? And how they're gonna do it? They will put the mannequin in the child seat for each of the position in the vehicles to see that each position pass the test. If not, they will fail that particular position and the car manufacturer has to improve their design and so on. So we test it for small vehicles, for MPV and so on. And below is some of the vehicles that has already been tested. These are only some examples. We have already more than many being tested. So we use that mannequin and they will look into the fitment to have the trouble-free installation, vehicle compatibility, belt fitment, and to have a good overall protection. And they will also verify the child restraint, the seat belt length, whether it is located here or located on the shoulder. It must be located on the shoulder to protect the children. If it is located on the neck, during crash, it will maybe cut the neck region. So that is very, very important. And the rest. So when they do this kind of testing, if they pass, they will get green marking. If they fail, they will get red marking. So the manufacturer has to improve accordingly. So this is a video, maybe, okay. Can somebody help me press the button? Yes. artificial kids, right? Next, yes. Next, we move to the next assessment, that is child presence detection. This is also equally important and a rising condition or situation now, where sometimes parents forget their children in the vehicles for a long time under the heat in Malaysia and ASEAN countries. I'm sure maybe it happened in Egypt, and yeah, sometime, yeah. So the children has left with heat stroke, dehydrated, and most of them are left fatal, right? So we want to avoid this. So these are some examples from our news in Malaysia, right? Because we know now parents and guardians are very busy. Sometimes we forget things. So what we do is ASEAN NCAP established this child presence detection assessment. We were the first in ASEAN to have this kind of assessment. After that, Euro NCAP comes in and learn from us on how to do this. So the ASEAN country first. Okay, now we have this. What we do, we can see that ASEAN NCAP put a more emphasis on the child presence detection, because from the previous protocol 2022, 2021, 2025, the scoring was low, only 2 points. Now they increase it to 5 points. Okay, because they want everyone, the vehicle manufacturer, to start installing the presence detection in the vehicle. So currently, we are working with many technology developers all around the world. They are competing with each other to become the first that can provide the very effective child presence detection system. But all of this needs to be tested as well. So ASEAN NCAP has its own protocol, and we are helping them establishing the validation tool to make sure that their protocol can be complied with. So for that, we come up with our own dummy, a child presence detection dummy. We also come up with an apps that the assessor can use to give marks and points during the testing. So it is an infant-sized dummy, about 1 year old. And then it is a standalone validation tool where the vehicle manufacturers and technology developers can use to validate whether their sensors works effectively or not. They have to use our dummy. Our dummy will breathe. Our dummy will move. The system must be able to detect it. All right. So yeah, that is the first version. On the right side that we have, the center one is the one that we are currently using to help the technology developer test their sensors and technologies. And the right side one is the latest. We actually have a new one that will be launched next week. That one will be used in 2026. That one is the most advanced, that has the heat to represent the temperature of the children, that can move, that can breathe, and many other things. So the vehicle manufacturers and technology developers must use this dummy put in the vehicle to test their sensors. They must pass it before they can actually sell it and get 5-star rating. So this is the apps that we develop also, UTM, to make sure that the assessor of the ASEAN NCAP can use, now they are using it manually on paper and so on. So we transform it into digital. So whenever they pass, they will press the pass button, or the system will detect it as pass, and if it's fail, it's red. Okay, this is the third assessment, dynamic performance. Can help me play the, this is the whole recording of the actual test that is conducted under the ASEAN NCAP. They are working in collaboration with CAERI, C-A-E-R-I, that is a test center in China. Because BYD is a Chinese company, so they do not want to send their vehicles to Malaysia. They do the testing in China. That is how they tested the dynamic performance. There are 4 mannequins in the car. 2 at the front are for adults, 2 at the back for the children. You can see the airbags are all inflated. And the crash actually stops at the front. They do not enter the cabin. So that means it is secure enough to protect the adults as the driver of the vehicle. Okay, that is what happened during crash. This is at 60 km/h. This is what happened to our babies at the back. You imagine if there is no child seat, the baby will be flown away outside the vehicle. So this is with the help of the child restraint, even the impact is very big for the children at the back. So this is side impact. This is the technology for BYD. Different vehicles will have their own different performance. So for the side impact, not much going on for the children. Okay. But if they do not wear the child seat, definitely they will be thrown away. Okay, this is a different technology. The automatic emergency braking. If you fall asleep, suddenly there's a vehicle in front of you, it will be able to stop automatically. And this is blind spot detection where it can detect motorcyclists or pedestrian around it or other vehicles. That is for BYD. Now I'm going to share the next one. That is a Malaysian local vehicle. This is the latest model from Proton. Next one. Next slide. Next slide. Can you press outside the video? Okay, thank you. So this is Proton IMAS, the latest vehicle in Malaysia for under Proton. Can you press the button, please? The video, yes. It will undergo the same procedure because the protocol is fixed. We cannot change it according to the type of vehicle and so on. So that Proton IMAS received 5-star rating, so it's safe. And this is tested. You can see the dummy at the back, the children mannequin. You can see the legs and so on. And based on this view, you can see that actually the crash absorbs to the cabin area a little bit. So the driver might injure the knee and so on. So each of the mannequin are installed with sensors. So it detects the displacement, the acceleration, and everything dynamically. So that is our baby. This is not the baby that we developed. This is the baby that we from the Humanetics. The company is Humanetics, the sole distributor for the dummy for dynamic performance. So this is side impact, not much. But it can be severe if there is no airbags on the window where your head will crash on the wall or the windows. Okay, can we press next, please? Okay, we skip this. And based on those assessment, dynamic performance, installation of the child restraint, and then child present detection, ASEAN NCAP will produce a report. Okay, they publish their report publicly. You can find it in their website for many different types of vehicles. So this is only a part of it. For example, for BYD, it will specify the variation of the model that they tested because there might be certain different variation. And then they give the rating. Now for BYD, they receive the 5-star rating, meaning to say it's the safest. Okay, it's safe. So you can see that for AOP, they got the 5-star rating at 38.44 out of 40%. And then 5-star rating for child occupant protection, 16.6 out of 20%. And then 5-star rating, 5-star rating, yes, for safety assist, 19.52 out of 20%. Another 5-star rating, 17.5 out of 20%. This is how they rate it. And they will have a certain calculation to find the overall score and the rating at the end. Okay, they also give bonus point. For example, in here, it is not mandatory to have advanced MST. But since the company, the BYD model has it, they give them a bonus point of 2, right? So we focus on the child occupant protection. There are 4 types of testing: dynamic test, vehicle-based installation, and child detection. And BYD model pass everything accordingly, and they receive, for child detection is 0. They do not have the sensor installed in the vehicle yet. So maybe after this, they want to improve this number. It's not good to have 0, right? So they will try to install it, right? Even the Chinese manufacturer now are yet to have an effective child presence detection sensor. So for that, they have this report as well on the dynamic testing where you see the crash. Those are the data that they collect from the head, from the chest, from the side, and so on, and they formulate it to give the rating. And this is for the installation assessment. For BYD, it passes everything except for the center part. So they did not put much consideration for the central part because to them, the children should not be placed at the center. And we as a parent, if we have the BYD seal as our vehicle, we have to avoid as well putting our children at the center. Okay. Next is the same results for EMAS, Proton EMAS. The scoring also received the 5-star rating. And then from Proton EMAS, we can see that some of the places pass for the central. And of course, for the left and the right side, it is safe to put your children in your vehicle, right? Now I'm at the concluding remarks to close everything. Very simple remarks. First of all, we are here together to work towards on the 50% reduction for the traffic death and serious injuries by 2030. So we cannot just leave it to the vehicle manufacturers because they want to sell vehicles. But we as a consumer, we can put our stand, right? We can tell them, I'm not going to buy your vehicle unless you have this star rating. And then the next one is we have to make sure not only to blame the human when the crash happened or the driver is not driving well, but we have to make sure as well that the vehicle manufacturers has the responsibility to design a system that can prevent those mistakes from becoming fatal. And it is not only the vehicle manufacturers, it is also for the government, because the government has to make sure the road safety is in place, the markings on the road is in place, the road system is good enough for vehicles to travel. And then, so we have to be together with NCAP to make sure that they can become the global champion for global standard. We want to minimum, to have the minimum safety standard for all vehicles. We want to avoid double standards, and we want to also empower the consumers to make sure the vehicle safety entering the market is meeting the minimum requirement. So with that, I will close this session for call for collaboration. If there is any prospective students, please, there is opportunity for us to work together in this. And then for academic collaborations, if there is anybody here interested on doing automotive safety, please contact me for collaboration as well. If there is also people from the industries and also from the government and policymakers, please work together with us to make sure that we can have a good policy in place to make sure that our children are safe in the vehicles that we are driving every day. So with that, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Noor Al-Aqmar. Do we have any questions? Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Noor, for your insightful presentation. I have only one small question. You were talking about the children safety mannequins, and you mentioned that the mannequins already breathe and have the temperature of the human body. So it's already a built-in system inside the mannequin?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So we made data collection before. We observe how children are breathing, what is the rate of breathing per minute and so on. We try to replicate them with our own system, and now we have transferred the system into something that is more industrial standard.
So it's some kind of smaller mechatronic system inside the
Yes.
children mannequin.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you very
Thank
much.
Any more question?
Thank you. It is clear safety index is a very important index for buying a car. Is it published? These indexes, is it published for every car or how can we get it?
Yes, for under the voluntary scheme, under NCAP, you can go to their website. They will publish the report publicly. You can go and see and find your vehicles. Yeah, for example, if you are driving a Honda, you can select Honda, your vehicles, and they will publish the report. If the vehicle is tested.
It is not a mandatory,
It is not mandatory. It is voluntary. The vehicle manufacturers volunteers to send their vehicle because they can use this as their marketing if they receive the 5-star rating. But if they are reluctant and the authorities or the NCAP knows that this vehicle does not comply to the minimum standard, the NCAP themselves will buy the vehicle and test it and publish the report online.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Shireen.
Thanks so much, Professor Noor Al-Akmar, for the very presentable talk and your great contribution. I like the simulator very much. My question comes in, to have a platform for simulation of various accident scenarios. I see this lots of corruption to test one accident, and that experimental work is repeated many times. Do you have a platform for such test-based scenarios for validation?
Okay, for ASEAN NCAP, there is a testing facility in Malaysia that is in Malacca. So usually they will conduct the test there, and they are also using the test track for the other sensors testing in Malaysia. There is, but if they also have collaboration with other testing center around the world, for example, China. In the Europe as well, they can go to the Europe to test the vehicles here. So they are using authorized and certified lab tests. Right. Thank you, Prof.
Car. You destroy, how many cars you destroy for this?
For one test, for one set of report, they will destroy minimum 2 cars.
And
one is for the frontal, one is for the side.
And how regularly you're doing this? Is this is statistics? You should make this for how many cars or something like that?
It is for 2 sets of vehicle for one model.
Okay.
Right. So they are doing this very frequently. Yes. I'm there not to do the testing. Yeah. I help them with the protocol that they have to comply with. But I can tell you that it involves a very big amount of money. But the money comes from the vehicle manufacturer. Yes. Yeah. So they have to make sure for every crash, they will get 5-star rating. Yeah. If not, their boss will be not very happy.
Thanks so. Thanks so.
Any more questions? Yes.
Sure, I'm sorry to ask this question. Maybe I have missed it, but these dummies are have sensors in it. Do they have pressure sensors and temperature sensor in it, or is it just dummy?
Okay, there are 3 types of dummy that I've presented. The first one used for installation has no sensors whatsoever, but the geometry, the sizing of the dummy or mannequin comply to the ASEAN anthropometry data. There's no sensor. The second one, there is a heat heat pad installed. There is also respiratory system in the chest, and then also the mechatronic system to make sure the movement can be done. So that is for the second dummy. For the third dummy that you see in the dynamic performance for the crash test, there are accelerometers, there are pressure sensors, load cells, everything in the body. That is where we gather all the information of the crash. But the dummy is very, very expensive.
The last question.
If I'm correct, did you say that if students wanted to participate in how to enhance the safety of the vehicles, that they can contact you? Yes. I would like to know, like, I'm a student. How can I participate or engage in such activity as a student still studying and still help in the enhancement of the children's safety in vehicles?
Right. Thank you very much for the interest. There are many ways to do it. I think we can start with awareness program. maybe we can arrange a group of students from here. We can bring them to the facility in Malaysia to witness the testing. Yeah, we can make exchange program. This is maybe one part of the activity that we include. Thank you for the idea. So we can do that. And along the way, maybe we can build that into research collaboration and so on. Yes, I can give you my card. I forgot to put my email in the slide. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Noor Al-Aqmar, for this interesting speech. Now, with the next keynote speaker, the session chair is Professor Noor Al-Aqmar. She will introduce our next keynote speaker.
Thank you, Prof. Khalid, for handing over the next session to me. Right, so the next speaker is Professor Dr. Ali Fahmi. So Professor Dr. Ali Fahmi served as a professor of artificial intelligence at both the Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transport and the Faculty of Computers and Artificial Intelligence at Cairo University. Wow, that must be very, very hard for you, Prof, to serve at two places at one time. Right. So with a solid foundation in artificial intelligence, particularly mathematical logics, his research interests span diverse fields such as data and text mining, machine learning, logic programming, fuzzy logic, computational linguistics, and integration of neural networks with symbolic logic. So Dr. Fahmi's current research focuses on large language models, LLMs, and their applications in enhancing education and conversational system. He is also actively working as agentic AI, with a focus on the domain specialization of large language models, and his ongoing project addresses key challenges of LLMs, explore the roles of convolutional and transformer neural networks in differentiating breast lesions through contrast-enhanced spectral mammography, examine mispronunciation detection techniques, and advanced question generation and answering systems using common sense reasoning. He earned his undergraduate degree in 1972 from the Computer Engineering Department of the Military Technical College, MTC, in Cairo, Egypt, and he obtained an MSc, Master of Science, in 1976 from the Center of Research Studies in Toulouse, France, CERT, and completed his PhD in 1979, the year I was born, in artificial intelligence, specializing in the control of automatic deductions for logic-based systems at the same institution. Dr. Fahmi's professional expertise includes developing large-scale real-time software systems at Lytton Data System in Los Angeles, USA, and working on expert system using the Knowledge Engineering Environment System, KEE, at IntelliCorp in Munich, Germany. In addition to his academic endeavors, Dr. Fahmi has significantly contributed to applied research. He has served as the principal investigator for the thesis mining project at Cairo University, head of the Administration Council of the Arabic Language Technology Center, ALTEC, and principal investigator for both the Egyptian Center of Excellence for Data Mining and Computer Modeling and the Artificial Tutoring System for Teaching Arabic Handwriting projects. So that's a lot of projects ongoing. I'm sure that everyone is waiting and looking forward to listen to the keynote speech from Professor. So please, Professor, take over the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Noor of the Sky. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. The title of the talk today is the state of AI today, pathways and challenges on the way to AGI. Pathways and challenges to yes. Yes. Dr. Noor did the job for this slide. Then I go to the next one. I'm really proud of my supervisor, Professor Hervé Galler, Senior Vice President of Xerox Corporation, and the one who, يعني, I will not say that invented the logical databases, but one of the main contributor of logical system, the symbolic system, first order system, and so on. Let us start by this slide. Have a nice day. What's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture? The picture was created by AI text-to-image diffusion models, which provide images with an unprecedented degree of photorealism and a deep level of language understanding. But they lack common sense. Okay, agree? I asked a large language model, is there anything wrong with this image? This is the reply of the language model. It's not my reply, it is the reply of the language model. It says that the man in the image is sawing the branch he is sitting on, and so on. But it is a kind of common sense. We say language models lack common sense, but this is kind of common sense. The previous one, I asked, is there anything wrong? But this one, I asked the language model, what do you think in the image? What will happen if the man shoots the fox? Then the language model did some sort of reasoning, because it tells us that sewing would shift, causing the man to fall and likely injuring himself. Okay. Then the previous slides about common sense. This slide is the reasoning. But why we are getting all this excitement about AI and AGI? Many scientific breakthrough very fast, very frequent in these days. Race narratives. What means by race narratives? Race narratives means that the one who achieved noticeable progress in AI, we say that the winner takes all. The first one who achieves the level of AGI, he will win everything. And the public hopes, fearing from the impact on jobs and so on. These are brief history. Talking about AI is not a new. It is back in 16th centuries by René Descartes. talking about the nature of intelligence. But the mathematician, Alan Turing, he is the one who said that we want a machine that can learn from experience. And I propose to consider the question, can machine think? It started in 1950. But in 1955, he was John McCarthy, the first one coined the term artificial intelligence. Artificial neural networks started in 1958. Convolution, what we call convolution neural networks, they are a type of neural networks inspired by animal visuals. It's inspired by biology. Other neural networks, they are work of mathematicians and computers jointly. GPT transformed one really landmark in AI in 1970, and GPT, standing for Generative Pre-Training Transformer Models, GPT design is the product of mathematical and computational research to improve how neural networks process sequences. In 1997, the machine from IBM named Deep Blue won the chess tournament against the world champion Garry Kasparov, and by then it was very very interesting, and I emailed to one of the team of the Deep Blue after 1 or 2 years. I asked him why we don't know anything more about Deep Blue. Then he told me that it was a stage and we are looking for another thing. In 211, also from IBM, the Watson software system won Jeopardy tournament against humans, and Watson is a question answering system that uses massive databases to process complex natural language questions instantaneously, and they won $1 million prize. In 2016, I followed this match between AlphaGo system from DeepMind UK and Lead Sedel, and it really AlphaGo won the match by a score 4-1, and it is AlphaGo inspired broader adoption of AI in science, healthcare, and in industry. Not AI in text processing, question answering, but opened the door for using AI in science applications. In November 2020, ChatGPT launched in ChatGPT is an interface on top of GPT. ChatGPT itself on top of GPT. By then it is GPT 3.5, and only in 5 days in 5 days. 1 million users. This is never happened for any technology to reach 5 million, 1 million user in 5 days. That's why we say that before BA, before A, and after, before AI and after AI. Before AI mainly was in labs for scientific peoples and so on. After ChatGPT, now AI for everyone. That's why these slides and 2023 and 24 AlphaFold 3. AlphaFold 3 extends predictions to DNA, RNA, proteins, sequence, and it opens new horizons for drug discovery, genomics, and synthetic biology, and medicine design and drug design and so on. Gemini from Google at ICPC competition, world competition, the world final in 2025. The competition is 12 problems, very hard mathematical problems, and Gemini solved 10 out of 12 problems. One problem of them is never answered by any human. Sura 2 from OpenAI recently in September produced very realistic video. It represents a leap toward cinematic quality AI video generation. It takes physics into considerations, multimodality, input text, images, audios, and so on. Nowadays, the videos is about 10 seconds long, but you can append these videos. Very exciting here, but you have to pay for it. احنا ما اتفقناش على كده. اتفقناش على كده. احنا قلنا مجهزين الفيديو، اول ما اجي هنا على طول فين محمد؟ ده يعني ما هوش لا اي اي ولا اي جي اي.
طيب احنا خلاص اتفقنا بعد سنة الام اللي تقدر ترضع طبيعي تكمل، بس كده كده احنا
سلايد لا 15 سلايد 15 18 19 19. But before going to this, the previous slide, please, previous slide, but don't touch anything. The previous اللي قبلها. معلش. فين؟ راحت فين؟ اوكي. معلش. Never mind. يعني after watching all these breakthrough, are we moving toward AGI? This is a question for everyone. Are we on the way to AGI? If yes, please raise your hands. If no, don't raise your hands. يعني ironically, the table of contents of the lectures comes at slide number 21. Strange enough. Yes? Yes. After the definitions, we'll go through the current states of AI, benchmarks, and pathways to AGI, challenges, and more importantly, the prediction timeline for reaching the AGI, and some illustrative cases, real cases, by what AGI do mean. Type of artificial intelligence, we classify them into 3 categories: artificial narrow intelligence, which has a narrow range of abilities; AGI, artificial general intelligence, which is on par with human capabilities. And I don't like to talk about number 3, because I don't believe of it. Now we are here between narrow and AGI. The term AGI, artificial general intelligence, was firstly introduced in 1997, and while they are talking about the military use of artificial intelligence. Some working definitions: what AGI, system that can acquire, adapt, and apply knowledge. There are many definitions for the AI, but the AI has 3 main capabilities: reasoning, learning, and the memory over long horizons, grounding in the world. What does it mean, grounding in the world? It means connecting an AI abstract knowledge to real world experience and verifiable facts. These are main characteristics of artificial general intelligence. Take 10 seconds to read them. Of course, there are other many human cognitive functions, such as motivations and so on. They are not written or shown here. Artificial intelligence is a multidisciplinary field. You see, computer science, brain science, psychology, logic, philosophy. But why we are interested in philosophy? Because research on AGI is influenced by philosophical view of intelligence. This is important. Research on general AI is influenced by insights from multiple scientific and technical fields, ethical and societal concerns, and economic factors. One view is functionalism, means we are interested what it does, the function, irrespective to mapping to what happens in the brain, for example. It focuses on input processing, leading to specific abstract symbolic manipulation. Embodied cognition follows by this philosophical view, means the core idea, intelligence is fundamentally shaped by the physical body and its continuous dynamic interaction with the environment. Now we talk about the current state of AI, viewed along 3 dimensions. The language speech modalities, from transcription to contextual interaction, robotics embodiment, grounding AI in physical action, and 3rd dimensions from science and creativity, AI as a partner in discovery and the art. Together, these domains highlight the strengths and the gaps in the path to AGI. I will go quickly through these slides. In speech recognitions, for example, it illustrates the gap between narrow AI and AGI adaptability, lacks adaptation to accents, dialects, and programmatic cues. If I have a system for speech recognition tailored for the Egyptian, it won't work nicely for the Chinese one. Okay. A lot of research now is in the real-time voice-to-voice interaction with contextual grounding. We'll see more in the few 1 or 2 years. Many systems will be voice-to-voice interaction system. Yeah. Image understanding, speech, and the grounding video understanding remains a challenge. We have many large foundational models, large language models, more and more. They are grouped in 3 ways or 4 ways. Are they proprietary or open source? Are they general purpose or specialized? Are they based on specialized hardware? And are they oriented for the reasoning or answering questions and so on? Yeah. The second dimension is the robotics embodiment. We are witnessing the progress rate of robotics is amazing. It's amazing, really amazing. Every month, even every week, we hear about new functionalities and capabilities of robotics. Yeah. We call it embodiment. the merge between robotics and large language models is the success factor for the nowadays robots. Yeah. Many enablers. I love the one from NVIDIA. Faster prototyping, improved locomotion, security, accelerated path from research lab to real world application. Many real applications for general purpose robots. Grasping, heavy operation, general purpose household, and so on. The third dimension, the current state of AI, is the science creativity, like protein foldering, material discovery. Few minutes on this item. I guess many of us heard about the Nobel Prize chemical for chemistry. Who's aware of the Nobel Prize in chemistry? Who's aware? Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Dr. This is the functionality. But how? They use ChatGPT. They use ChatGPT for molecular design. Dr. Omar Yaghi, Dr. Omar Yaghi. The beauty of his work is that the same approach he used is the one is used for the drug design. Exactly the same. Propose the AI will propose module structure, different module structures, thousands, and it will narrow down these structures, and human in the field and feedback from human tests a lot of them and reach the right structure. Exactly the same for the drug design. Also, in this breakthrough in brain-computer interface, we have electrodes that measures the waves coming out from the brain, and these waves are processed to extract certain features, and according to these features, the AI system, the model is built. The breakthrough in this 2-3 weeks ago from Stanford is that we take the waves directly into the system. Don't have to have features extraction. Like when we say voice to voice, and we are working with waves directly. It's called Open TS LM, Open TS Time Series Language Model. So it's really breakthrough. In healthcare, in filmmaking, the key takeaway and benchmark from this Speech recognition doesn't mean full understanding. Multimodal AI expands capabilities beyond text. Context grounding improves interaction but is brittle. AGI requires robustness across all conditions. Strong summarization, translation, QA, code generation. At this point, the code generation, there is a paradigm called vibe coding, V-I-B-E coding. A friend from Abu Dhabi University developed a program for question building that's in match with the learning outcomes of the course. You give the system the course materials, you give the systems intended outcomes from the course, and the system will generate the quizzes and so on. The beauty is that he built this complex system in 1 day. In 1 day. Normally it takes about 3 months. Then I invite all of us to read about the vibe code. Do you have to be a computer scientist or graduate from computer science? No. The benchmarks measure a model's ability to reason, generalize, and handle the nuances of real worlds. There are many benchmarks. But I like this one benchmark is called Humanities Last Exam. This month, Humanities Last Exam. I asked why you selected this name for the benchmark here. They said that we feel that if this benchmark is solved, then we reach the AGI. I give you one example, one case example in the benchmark set. Hummingbirds within audiforms uniquely have a bilaterally paired oval bone, a sesamoid embedded in the quadrilateral portion of the expanded cruciate, a aponeurosis of insertion of M depressor code. How many paired tendons are supported by this hummingbird? I need the answer to a single number. To understand the text itself is a problem. Understand. Normally, language models or large existing language models, they answer about, let us say, 5%, 10%, and so on. Human experts can answer up to 90%. We say that these problems or exams or questions are PhD levels. This month, in September, Gemini from Google has achieved 34% in the benchmark test. Great jump from 10 to 35. Imagine after 3, 4, 5 years, what will be the performance of AI models. But why this question is interesting? Why it is hard? It involves very specific anatomical terminology, such as and so on. It demands domain expert knowledge in avian anatomy. It expects an exact cell number answer, and not easily you can't find the answer using Google search, for example. Let me skip the most of the coming slides, as Dr. Khalid told me, Khalid Shahata. There are many benchmarks for computer vision, for hardware performance, and so on. For robotics also. In summary of this point, benchmarks show that AI models are approaching, if not exceeding, human level performance. Limits what AI cannot yet do reliably: open-ended scientific discovery without guidance, long horizon plans under uncertainty, robust common sense. The chain of thought, one of AI models, helps but is brittle. Tool integration improves but at complexity. These are, we are missing right now. But the central question, how far are we technically, socially, ethically from AGI, and what pathways can address the missing pieces of AGI? The journey to AGI, pathways and the challenges, I'll go through quickly. The following slides explores the critical building blocks that could lead us toward achieving 8 dimensions: hybrid neurosymbolic systems, self-learning systems, multimodal integration, scaling loops, latent space computing, physical embodiment, hierarchical listening, and zero-shot learning that I like the most. Zero-shot learning allows an AI to understand and act on concepts it has never been explicitly trained on. Self-learning, the ability, independent, multimodal, scaling low, latent space, physical improvement, symbolic, logical reasoning, and hybrid neurosymbolic system and self-learning, and neuro, reverse engineering the brain. Challenge the brain is incredibly complex. We are trying to map biological functions to AI algorithms, whole brain emulations, and this one, symbolic, to merge between mathematical logic and neural networks, combine symbolic AI reasoning with the power of neural networks, and self-learning systems beyond human level data, autonomous improvement, bridging narrow AI to general These are methods of self-learning currently. Self-learning, 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 self-learning. But we have risks, of course. And the challenges, main three challenges: technical, data, the governance, technical challenges, compute risk, data scarcity, quality, who trains the hidden workforce, human costs of training, limits of knowledge what I can access, limits what missing offline archives, for example, oral histories, and governance, ethical challenges. These are real examples that represents the AGI capabilities for the patients. Medical assistance, global climate, universal teacher AGI, robotic caregiver AGI, autonomous drone swarm AGI, creative AGI in the movie industry, prediction and timelines. The predictions, we have three views: optimistic scenarios, pessimistic scenarios, uncertain middle ground. The optimistic scenario, they say that by 2030s, breakthrough in reasoning and self-learning and robotics will lead to AGI. Pessimistics, they say that AGI delayed to 2050s or more. Uncertain middle AI. Actually, we are in this. We are progressing, and I'll go to the last slide. These slides, the last slides, we talked about the current stage and future looks. And we started by asking the question, and we are ending by asking a question. Are we moving toward AGI? Who changed his mind after the presentation? حد فينا غير رأيه بعد البرزنتيشن؟ Anyone changed his mind after the presentation? And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ali. I think it is unavoidable we cannot stop AI evolution, but we have to be prepared on how to tackle the evolution. Right. So we are limited of time. I can allow only one question before we have to move to the next one. Right. Anybody has one question that you desperately want to ask Professor Ali? No question?
If anyone asks me any question, I will put his name on my blacklist. Any question? Thank you.
Right. I think, okay, maybe we can do the questioning after this so that you are not into the blacklist. Right. Yeah, it will be a blacklist. So thank you very much, Professor Ali Fahmi, for the very detailed explanation on the matter. So I think it's going to pass the certificate of appreciation for Professor Ali Fahmi for your contribution for this keynote speech. Now I'm passing the session to the next chair, Professor Mustafa Hussein, to continue with our industrial session number 1. Thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We introduce our colleague, Professor Sharif Sidqi, American University in Cairo, AUC. A short biography. Dr. Sharif has 33 years of regional and international experience in international academic institutions in Middle East, Europe, and USA. Dr. Sidqi published more than 100 international referred journal and conference articles and holds 19 patents on the design and fabrication of sensors and inertial systems. Dr. Sidqi built a state-of-the-art search facility, including the first clean room in Egypt. Over past 13 years, Dr. Sidqi served on top of Egypt, in advanced technologies, as senior executive management positions where he dealt with a large body of multinational faculty, students, and staff. In August 2022, the President of Egypt issued a decree for appointing Dr. Sidqi as the Chief Executive Officer of the Egyptian Space Agency. In June 2024, he was elected as the chair of the United Nations Committee for Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. I think I will take more time to introduce my fellow, so I will give him the talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mustafa, very much. And it's a pleasure to be with you today. And I will take you through a quick journey through the space development globally and in Egypt and the Middle East. Space is quite important and essential for our lives. And actually, it's not anymore a luxury to work in space. And actually, Egyptians recognize this since more than 7,000 years ago. So the first ever astronomical site was established in Egypt, in Aswan, in a place called Nabta Playa, which is 100 kilometers west of Abu Simbel. And there it was emerging from the natural need for life, what we call today the Sustainable Development Goals, which is securing food. And actually they did this simple structure here of this concentric stones that you see in this image to look from Earth to space. And throughout the length of the shadow and angle of the shadow of those images, they managed to know when will be the raining season, when would be the harvesting seasons, and they built a monthly calendar to identify all the different events. So this simple structure showed how looking to Earth, from Earth to space is quite essential to fulfill all our needs. With the modern development, and if we look to the modern history, so the first space mission started in 1955, and this was the race between the United States and the Soviet Union. And today, actually, we have almost 77 space agencies, 70 national agencies like the Egyptian Space Agency or the Emirati Space Agency or whatever, and other multinational space agencies like the European Space Agency, the African Space Agency, and the like. And you could see the distribution here in this map of the different agencies. And it's quite clear that Africa is quite modest in the space activities. But if you look at the different activities of the agencies, we have 24 agencies that have launching capabilities, and they're distributed across the globe. And 6 agencies have extraterrestrial capabilities, and only 4 have facilities where they can send human spacecraft capabilities. And if we look at the development of the investments, so we have the governmental sector, and the total investment reported by the end of 2024, it was around $135 billion. And those are the governmental expenditures for the national space programs. And you could see that the top is in the United States. And if we look at the period between 2022 and 2024, we see that from the United States, they increase almost 10% annually. But take care that this is a logarithmic scale. For China, between 2022 and 2024, almost increased by 50%. So from $12 billion to $19 billion, which means that this is getting very, very steep increase. And then you could see all the different governments that are spending above the $1 billion. We have France, Russia, the European Union, Germany, Italy, and India. And all of them are more or less have constant expenditures in this field. On the other hand, we start to have some emerging private sector in this field. But if you compare the investments of the governments to the private sector, now the private sector reached $480 billion, which is almost 4 times the governmental expenditures. And you could see lots of giant companies now, private companies working in space. In addition to the part of the venture investments, which started quite high in 2021, and now it's being reduced. So it represents a niche area of 1 to 2% of the global investments. So a total of almost 80% investments from the private sector, 20% from the government, and 1 to 2% from the startups. Now, what's being done with all those investments? So what are the main areas and what's being done with this investment? So we see that almost 20% of the investments go to the satellite sector. So satellite means the communication business, the operation, the manufacturing, the launch vehicles, and the Earth observation data and analysis. This represents 20% of this business, and it's expected to grow from here to 2034 by a growth rate of 15%. What's being done there? To date, we have more than 15,000 satellites in space. 13,000, almost 12,300, it's active, and we have around 3,300 that are non-functional, but they are still in space as a debris. And this is very, very risky and very dangerous because this results in lots of small, tiny particles that threatens the space. And this is one of the most concerning issues regarding the national organizations, and how can we do debris mitigation and debris removal to ensure a safe and sustainable space environment. And you see there are different categories for those satellites, either geostationary, which is around 36,000 kilometers from the Earth's surface, and those are stationary relative to the Earth and mainly for communication purposes, or the LEO. Now the LEO are used for communication and other purposes. And it's worth mentioning that those LEO have a relative speed with respect to the Earth that's around 450 kilometers per minute, which means that they can cross the whole Earth in 90 minutes. So they can make a complete turn around the Earth in 90 minutes. So this covers lots of different applications. And you could see here also that lots of countries started to do different constellations for different applications. So for Earth observation, now we have 133 constellations, and those are the different locations across the globe where the countries own those constellations. So the majority is for Earth observation purposes, and 81 for IoT, and 57 for internet and broadcasting. And you could see a long pipeline now of plans. So SpaceX already launched 6,000 satellites over the last year. So we see now that we have almost 15,000 satellites in space. 6,000 of them were recently launched. So the rate of increase of launching satellite is very high. And it's not limited to that. So you have also Eutelsat, It have 6,300 satellites launched. They already launched 700 out of them. And China have a plan for almost 13,000 satellites. And the Russian Federation also is planning to have a communication satellite of around 600 satellites. So the queue is very long. And if you look at all the private sector, you could see Amazon have 3,200 satellites. If we look, the list is long, and there are lots of satellites that's being launched in space. And that's not the only activity for space. This constitutes 20% of the space sector. Other parts is for moon exploration, and actually this is quite an expensive business, and quite a good example for that is the Apollo program that extended between 1960 and 1973 that costed $23 billion. So the average cost per mission to the moon, it's around $300 million. But if you look to the history between 1958 and 2024, so over 64 years, we have 142 missions launched to the moon. Over the next 10 years, we're expecting 100 missions. So you could see that the rapid increase in this field. And if you look also to Mars exploration, which started around 1997, we have around 150 missions between 1997 and 2023. So around 25 years, we have around 150 missions to Mars. And the average cost is $1 billion as compared to $300 million for the moon exploration. And actually, within the coming 10 years, there are lots of missions planned there. Let's go to our region and to Africa and look about the activities there and how does it look like. So now today we have around 22 institutions in Africa working in space. 9 space agencies, like the Egyptian Space Agency, the Kenyan Space Agency, the Nigerian Space Agency, and 13 different institutes working on remote sensing applications. In modern history, the first country in Africa that works in space is which country? Egypt. Yes, Masr. And this was in 1839. So the first in the modern history, so Masr started 7,000 years ago. But in the modern history, the first observatory was located in Cairo, in Bula Abu Layla, in 1839. That was moved to Abbasiyah in 1868, and then moved to Hilwain in 1905, and then moved to Katamey in 1965. And this is one of the largest observatories worldwide. And actually, the data gathered from this observatory is one of the important data which is shared for any important event. The second country in Africa that started in 1960, it's South Africa. And actually, today they managed to have a component, a very small component, in 20% of the satellites available in space. So they have very simple industry that managed and succeeded to have a small component installed in 20% of the satellites available in space. The third country is Sudan, and they used actually remote sensing for agricultural purposes. And then by the end of the 1980s came Libya, Tunisia, and Morocco. And then in between 1992 and 1998, or 99, we have Cote d'Ivoire and Nigeria. Then with the start of this millennium, lots of attention came towards the usage of the data space, the space data for several sustainable development goals. And you could see the huge increase in the number of countries there. The total investment since inception to date from Africa, it's around $20 billion. We have seen that the global investment in 2024, it's exceeding $600 billion. The Africa alone, it's $20 billion, which is only 3% of the global investment. We have seen that in space, we have around 15,000 satellites. Do you know what's the share of Africa from those? How much? 50? 40? 67. Do you know how many of those owned by Egypt? 13. So Egypt have the NileSat series. So Egypt is the first country in Africa to have its own broadcasting satellite. So you know Arabsat was launched in 1975, but the country that owned, the first country in Africa that owns broadcasting satellites, it's Egypt through the NileSat series, which started in 1998. So we have NileSat 101, and then 102, and then NileSat 201. So those are the replacements, and all those are GEO satellites. And GEO satellites, they have much more longer lifetime than the LEO, which means that they can stay there for 15 years. So you could see almost every 15 years, it have a replacement. So you have NileSat 301, which was launched in 2022, which is the replacement of NileSat 201. And then we have some Earth observation satellites like EgyptSat-2 and TibaSat-1, this is for communication, and Horus 1 and 2, and that's for Earth observation. And the first experimental satellite that have been built in Egypt in collaboration with Ukraine, and it was launched in 2007. And that was the start of the Egyptian space program, where they started to develop their own know-how and technology. And then in 2019, there were 2 CubeSats launched. In December 2023, there was a big satellite, Earth observation satellite that's 350 kilograms in weight that was launched from China in December 2023. And then another one, NextSat-1, that was launched in February 2024. And this have a localization of 45%. So 45% of this satellite have been built in Egypt. If you look at the Arab countries and the development of space technology in the Arab countries over the last 5 years only, so just take from 2020 to 2025, we'll see that the different countries there, Egypt launched 5 satellites over the last 5 years only, and 1 payload to the International Space Station and 1 payload to the moon in collaboration between China, Bahrain, and Egypt that will be mounted on the Chang'e 7 mission, the Chinese mission. The second country is Saudi Arabia. They launched over the last 5 years 2 satellites and a total investment in the civil applications for space of around $220 million. And the United Arab Emirates, they launched 4 satellites and 1 Mars mission and 1 lunar mission with a total investment of $440 million for the civil applications for space. So those are the major countries, Arab countries working in space over the last 5 years. There are some countries that launched some CubeSats, but I'm looking here at the big satellites, the microsats or the minisats. And Egypt is actually giving lots of attention to the space sector. So we have the establishment of the Egyptian Space Agency in 2018. And actually this is a full space city with all the different components. So you can see here, this is the Space Academy. You could see here the receiving stations. The African Space Agency is also hosted here, and you have the largest assembly integration testing facility. So over the last years, Egypt managed to have a full ecosystem for building satellites, starting from the design phase to all the assembly integration testing and the characterization. So those are the state-of-the-art facilities. You could see in the picture to the left, inside this thermal vacuum chamber, the MASSAT-2, and this is the first time for Egypt to have a satellite of that size being delivered to Egypt, assembled here and fully tested in the facilities available in the Egyptian Space Agency, and then it was launched from China in December 2023. The second image is for a system for characterizing the control system for satellite. So this simulates the exact conditions for the satellite as if it's in space. And this is one of the unique experiments worldwide. So it's very similar to the setup available in Germany in the German Space Agency. And the last image here shows the concurrent design facility, which is also quite advanced, and it's very similar to the one available in the European Space Agency. And actually, Egypt managed here to have localization for the satellite technology that reached different percentages for different categories. For instance, for nanosats, we reached 60%, which means that we can do the full design, the full programming, and the full assembly integration and testing. And for the microsats, which are between 10 kilograms and 100 kilograms, we reached a 45% localization. So this is a mission that was launched in February of 2024, and it has a full Egyptian program, full design done here, and part of the assembly integration and testing. And for the larger sizes, for the ones between 100 kilograms and 500 kilograms, we reach a 15% localization, which is mainly the assembly and integration testing of the satellite that was launched in December 2023, which is the MASSAT-2. And you could see here, this is a very nice experience that we got after launching the satellite. The second day, actually, we acquired an image, and this was the first image for Mecca. And you could see the quality of the image here. So if you just look, you can see the Kaaba in the middle here. You can see Safa al-Marwa and all the different buildings. And actually, this is the clock tower. And you could see even the arms of the clock clear. So this is really a nice image that Egypt owns a tool that can do lots of imagery from space that really serves the sustainable development goals. And actually, this is not just acquiring the image. So the image that you acquire is, as you see, it's not that good. You cannot get lots of experience, but using the artificial intelligence and the data processing and all the data mining and all the different techniques, we could enhance the image significantly. So there are now teams, experts in Egypt who can acquire the image and then enhance the images as you see here. You could see here also the area of the pyramids, and one of the tools and the advantages of the satellite, we can monitor the development of Cairo. This is a very old satellite image acquired in 1972. And you could see the pyramids are here and they are surrounded with greenery and they are in the middle of the desert. So if you look at the development of this area, the advantage here of the satellites, you can get huge areas acquired by the satellite. And you could see here the invasion of Cairo, and all the greenery is getting depleted. You could see that the pyramids, instead of sitting alone in the desert, they're starting to get lots of entertainment of people around. And as you go, this is 2027, 2007, 2010. I think there are people living in the pyramids now, yes. So this is one of the advantages for decision makers to see how cities are developing, because you could see huge areas in a very short time. So actually, given the speed of the satellite, which is 400 kilometers per minute, 450 kilometers per minute, which means that it can cross Egypt from the north to the south in 2 minutes. So in 2 minutes, you can get information about agriculture, about urban development, about natural resources. You could see here another application for crop classification. So from the different bands of the green, for instance, you can determine what type of crops are there and whether this is coinciding with the Egyptian strategy for crop agriculture or not, whether it's consistent with the type of soil and the type of climate and everything. And actually, you can follow also the crop cycle and see if there's any infections. You can determine it, and you can determine it on huge areas in a very short period of time. In addition to hosting the African Space Agency, this positioned Egypt as the gateway to Africa. So we can share all the knowledge acquired here to the African continent and make the benefit and the leadership of Egypt not only limited to what we are doing here, but it can extend beyond and fulfill the requirements of the whole African continent. In addition, on the global level, Egypt was for the first time the chair of the United Nations Committee of Peaceful Use of Outer Space. This is the oldest committee in space belonging to the United Nations, with a membership of 104 countries. And this is the biggest committee that's responsible for developing all the policies and treaties for space. So having Egypt sharing this committee means that we are start to play an important global role in this field. In addition, as of November 2023, Egypt is the chair of the Arab Space Cooperation Group, which is constituted of 13 different Arab countries. And to make use of all the facilities within the Egyptian space city, Egypt developed a space zone, a space technology zone. And this is meant mainly to attract investors, to build devices, and to have some ecosystem benefiting of all the facilities available in the Egyptian space city, and attract investors to come and start to localize manufacturing here. And a few days ago, the Prime Minister issued a decree for allocating this as a technology zone for building devices. And actually, this helped lots of startup companies here in Egypt to start to work on this field and to share their knowledge and expertise and contribute to the development of the economics and see how can we use space for this economic development. Now, given this important field, and we are talking about academician and how can we build skills for space industry. Space industry is an interdisciplinary field. It's cutting across lots of different areas, including aerospace and mechanical engineering for rocket propulsion, for the structure itself, for lots of different applications. If we look also at electrical and system engineering, it requires avionics, it requires radio frequency engineers, the power systems and development of different systems, software and computer science and artificial intelligence. This is quite critical for the development, in addition to the remote sensing data analysis and the deep data analysis and machine learning and the part of the business operation itself. How can you operate it in a profitable way? And there are some emerging specialization like space sustainability and policies and the like. And finally, this requires also that our graduates will have good soft skills for teamwork and for building their own capabilities. And actually, there is a fertile market that's growing by 10% annually. And actually, we have available tens of thousands of jobs that are available renewally every year with average salaries that are quite decent for fresh grads. So if we look at the pathway, how can we prepare our youth to meet the requirements of this emerging field? So if we look at the education, the curriculum development, if we look at the elementary education, we need to inject more for the STEM education and to insert more modules on space in the elementary education, in addition to the expansion of our university programs, and how can we create more aerospace and data science programs, and looking at more interdisciplinary programs that cut across different disciplines, and how can we have some short courses or upskilling modules on computer-aided designs and GIS and the different applications, in addition to hands-on experiential learning. And now we could see in lots of universities, they're introducing the CubeSat technologies. And actually, the Egyptian Space Agency developed a special kit for CubeSat to be injected within the curriculum. And I think here in the Arab Academy, there is a copy of this module that's being injected within the curriculum, in addition to contributing to the hackathons and competitions for space apps like the NASA space app and the like. And also the digital and data skills. This includes the coding and the GIS and remote sensing. So all this, if you consider those pillars all together with the entrepreneurship and innovation, including the accelerators and the innovation hubs, and how can we put seed fundings to encourage startups to start working in this emerging field, and how can we have the soft skills and the cross-cutting competencies required, starting from the teamwork and the resiliency and adaptability of the graduate, how can they fit into this field easily, and finally, the community and ecosystem building, including international collaboration and partnership, and the public outlook for the outreach for the space programs. So I think this represents the pathway if we need to have a clear roadmap for preparing our new generations to contribute to this field. And I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sharif, for this nice and useful lecture. But we have no time because now we will start the parallel sessions of scientific papers, but we can allow for only one question.
Actually, I have three questions, but I will focus on one question. So the first one, at the very beginning of your presentation, you had the 24 countries with launch capabilities. This includes small launchers, because as we know, people who can go to geostationary or beyond are very limited, 3 or 4 people. So can Egypt have a chance for small launchers? Is it viable in Egypt? So this is at the small scale. Do you want me to put the 3? I'm afraid, Professor.
I answer them one by one quickly. So actually, this is part of the plan for the Egyptian space program, but it's not in the immediate range. So it might be in the mid-range or the long range. So now we are focusing on localizing the satellite technology to fulfill the essential needs now. And having the launchers, it's on the plan, but maybe it will come in a later phase.
The second question is actually related to your last point. So we are always focusing on how much % have we localized from the satellite, considering for the most part the upstream, which is the manufacturing of the satellite. Space technology, as I'm sure you know better than myself, is more related also recently to the downstream, which is the use of images, the use of space. How much development do you see coming in Egypt in this direction? And
for the downstream or upstream?
or downstream use of space data and space images and the business that comes after.
Downstream is more mature than the upstream. So the use of the data and the analysis, we have now very skillful teams that are able to acquire the images and do the image processing and build applications around the images that's there. So the downstream, it's quite mature, and there are lots of maybe startups and lots of activities getting into this field. The more challenging part is in the upstream because of the limited know-how and the restrictions on know-how in this area. And actually, we put a plan and a definition for how to localize the energy, the technology for the satellites, which is on three main pillars: the design, the programming, which include the security and the coding and everything, and assembly integration testing. So, and in between, if there are any critical component that we cannot acquire easily from abroad, then this will be localized. But the general philosophy is based on those three for the upstream.
Okay, Dr. Yasser. Okay. Last question is one application that's missing from. This is the last-
باكج هو سؤال باكج.
انا ماسك الميكروفون مش هسيبه. I'll ask.
It's not a question, but I would like to thank Dr. Sharif for the support given to our college of Engineering Heliopolis during his presidency of the agency. We have a lot of cooperation. The many models was gifted to the college. So I would like just thank him.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure, Norman. Thank you very much. Thank you. ده شرف لينا. شكرا.
معيش كارت بس لازم اخد الموبايل.
لا كتبت في الموبايل.
احنا عندنا في العالمين
انا عارف
فكرة بس في
السبيس او ينيل
ده عليك
نيل
عشان يبقى
انا بقى محاضره حاجه
شوف حضرتك وظيفة ايه انا واحد من الناس
Now we will move to the room sessions. Just behind me, 3 rooms. We will have 3 parallel sessions.